Hello everyone and welcome to yet another live coding and chill. How are you doing? I'm doing great. Today we're finishing up our Patreon style clone. It's been a while since we touched that. Recently we've done a bit of Apple Vision Pro, a bit of SwiftUI, but today we're back to SvelteKit. Before the Vision Pro stuff, we were finishing up our other SaaS product, Nexify. That was fun. We used SvelteKit, of course. We used Stripe, and we used a few other things that we're not gonna use today. Because I love learning new things. I love showing things that I think are useful and may help you. On that stack, we were doing a lot with Supabase. On this stack, I've been exploring Drizzle and Auth.js, so I'm gonna be showing that option today. So for the big product that we'll actually be offering, I'm sure that we'll manage to make Nexify have a lot of value for a lot of people at some point. But this product is all about the code, which a lot of people have been asking me for, and to support like this project, like me, which I'm forever thankful. The best way to support me is keep watching, get other people to watch, and tell me that I've helped you or what you want to learn. I just like doing this and helping people, I suppose. That's the biggest thing. But some people want support in different ways, and instead of going on Patreon, why not doing something ourselves and cut out the middle person? So we've done a lot on the Johnnify project, you may remember. We have a lot of things like generative Q&A, which reads our video transcripts and then responds to questions. We have a few like courses that are slightly fleshed out, some fun stuff with the videos that we've done and that you may check out across a couple of channels. That's quite fun looking at myself. Like, it took me a while to go to the big cutout type of thumbnail, and I do think this is my best video yet, but it hasn't gotten that many views. So is it the cutout? Like, should I make the cutout even bigger? I don't know. Anyway, all of those things, the demos, we're gonna keep all of those things in Johnnify out the window. We're rebuilding everything. So new Johnnify is gonna be more like this. So out with the old, in with the new. It's gonna deliver the one thing we've always wanted to do with this project, the Patreon style thing: subscriptions. Get Johnnify Premium, and then you get something that you really want. Not like more videos, not like courses or tutorials, but access to starter code. I have opinions on like using boilerplates and stuff, but I do realize that a lot of people don't want to watch like 12 hours of a playlist to understand how to do like a SaaS or a Patreon clone or whatever else. They want to follow along a little bit, maybe watch the short videos that I do from time to time that I really condense the information in and are more watchable than 12 hours of stream. Maybe, 5-minute or 10-minute of video, and then you kind of get what happens. But then you have the ability to check out finished code from those live streams and videos and start your own project. I've been doing this all my life. Every time I get a consultancy contract and even working with others, I try to start off the latest similar project. So if this is going to be a Next.js app, what's my latest similar Next.js app? Start from there, because I have lots of opinions, and over the years I've tweaked quite a lot of tools. So the last contract I've delivered is going to have the most up-to-date code. If you aren't a big company that its only job is to support a framework, then the boilerplates aren't gonna be that helpful. They're gonna fall out of date. So using your own stuff, you understand them better and they are up to date. This is a bit of a middle ground, so you can see my streams and how things evolve and then start off the latest version of these projects. That's the value proposition. I think people are going to like it. That's what we started off doing for this Patreon clone. So let's focus on that. Let's deliver that. Still Tailwind from the things that are similar. Still my favorite moon to sun animation for light and dark mode. But we are using DaisyUI as well, because I have got people giving me feedback about the way I do my CSS variables and stuff. I try to make them popular, use like popular conventions, but how about using DaisyUI conventions, which, if you don't know, it's a bit of a CSS framework on top of Tailwind, which has a lot of similar opinions as myself. Famously, creator of Tailwind, Adam I love all of his work and a lot of his opinions, but one where we differ is that he doesn't particularly like combined classes, like, button class that's composed out of many other classes you apply, but he does understand the value. That's why Tailwind does support that type of functionality. DaisyUI is all in on that stuff, so you can have the bootstrap style, I guess, button classes and card classes, but because it's Tailwind, if you have different opinions on some things, you can more easily style them. So that's why I've styled the card differently and all of these things slightly differently. Anyway, that's a big aside on the styling stuff. If the big thing is that if you are using this project, you don't have to directly ask me. You can always directly ask me, of course, but you can go to DaisyUI and find so many docs. So many people have started and are using this project, which they proudly say it's the most popular component library for Tailwind. There are a few others that I've tried. Sancien is very, very popular as well, for example, but this is the one I like best at the moment. We'll see if this changes in the future, and this is the idea about semantic class names that I also agree with. Anyway, styling stuff, exciting for me, but very similar to what we had before. The big thing that is different here is that we're not using Supabase. For many projects, I use Supabase because it takes care of both your database storage and your authentication solution, 2-in-1, and can also do real-time subscriptions, that sort of thing. But for this one, and maybe exactly because I was doing SwiftUI and iOS development and Vision Pro development, Apple ecosystem development, for those devices, they kind of use SQLite, and I'm like, if it's good enough for them, maybe it's good enough for me. Spinning up a local Postgres, on a local development environment, can be kind of hard. Supabase is really, really good in that they do have a lot of local development tools, so I love them. I will always love them for that. But for this one, for this thing where I just want to track some users, they should be able to log in and track whether they've bought a product or not. Maybe overkill, maybe I don't want to pay $35 per month to do this and sell a product that's $5 per month. So I wanted to try out Drizzle ORM, which is quite nice, I found, and an SQLite solution, which would be much easier to just spin up, delete the whole database, restart it, that sort of thing, which we'll get to there later. But not using Supabase also means that you need to do your own auth solution. And that's what brought us to Auth.js for SvelteKit. I have used Next Auth in production, which was the original name of this project. I've used Next Auth in the Learn Next.js series as well, and then used this, maybe an earlier version of this spin-off. So Next.auth became Auth.js because they want to support different frameworks, any frameworks that you may be using. They want it to be framework agnostic. I used this for the Learn SvelteKit series. I liked it, so I'm using it again now. And I suppose for the agenda, I am going to talk a little bit about Auth.js, then I'll talk a little bit about Drizzle. We're still using Stripe, so I've set things up. We already have some webhook handlers that I'll give an overview, and then we'll actually create a product and have people go through the checkout flow. So the actual coding of today, besides showing off a lot of code that I did over the weekend, is going to be implement the Stripe checkout flow. I'll put timestamps if you ask for them in later. If you ask in the comments, I'll put timestamps in. So if you want to just start and go to the section where we start implementing the Stripe checkout flow, you may just go there. But for now, the Auth.js for SvelteKit, they do say that it's still experimental. The API might change. I found it working decently well. They do have some opinions, which, as always, it's good when you agree with the opinions, but it's not good when you don't agree with the opinions. So I don't think they export ways to really customize the sign in and sign out flows. For example, the sign in and sign out actions there. but you can pass some config where you can kind of override where the users may be ending up after the sign-in page. And all of that, I think I'll do a separate stream on Friday to talk more about Auth.js, but for this project, we're only doing a GitHub login, at least for now, because the whole point of the product is that you have exclusive GitHub access, so we need to link your account anyway. So let's do GitHub login. The thing that I found interesting is that by default, the session object doesn't give the user ID, which I've never seen before in my life. But I suppose there must be a reason why they don't do that. But they do provide a way like to customize what the session object you get back in your backend actually comprises of. So I just... They do something by default, I guess, to strip out some properties from the session object, from the user. Maybe for security reasons, I'm not sure, they must be doing something. Maybe if you're doing like integer IDs for user IDs, then that's like a bigger security risk, because you can figure out if I'm user number 6, then the other person is number 5, whatever. I don't know why they did this, but I just wanted the whole session information there returned. They have a callback for that, that's fine. I also have my own custom UI for the login pages, and I only allow people to sign out from the profile from here, so that's like the extra customization. And they have some events that you can hook into. Auth.js does provide this, and for me the big thing is I want to try to get, like, after you've logged in with GitHub, I want to store your current GitHub username. If it's changed, I want to store the updated version, because at some point you may buy the Johnnify Premium and I'll need to invite you into the team. It's not like a deal breaker feature, because it's not like 10,000 people are going to sign up. I will be able to go to the Stripe dashboard and then just manually add them. It's going to be fine. But why be an engineer if you cannot automate things? So that's why I'm using this event to create and synchronize the GitHub details for a customer, which you may not need. So I have tried to add like some comments in places where I don't think that you'll be doing something. If you have your own SaaS, it's likely it's a different idea than access to your GitHub code, private GitHub code. But I don't know. You can make your own decisions. What else are we doing here? Is there anything particular about Auth.js? Not really. I liked it. It works. It can work with any database or no database, even just with JWTs. But we're using Drizzle for this one again, not Supabase. Just something more lightweight, I guess. Drizzle can be used with Postgres or MySQL, but also with SQLite. And for this one, we're trying SQLite, because it feels like a simple project. I always go with relational unless I'm like forced to, but I'm over the wave of working with companies that are big on Mongo. Thankfully, I will say. But you know, you can solve anything with any tools. It's fine. It's just that some are more pleasurable to work with. Anyway, we are using Drizzle, which I would say is less production ready than the SvelteKit version of Auth.js, simply because the migrate solution is like kind of confusing. What exactly it does, like how to spin up the local database, how do you push those changes, how do you create the migrations and then run the migrations. It's different to what I'm used to, and they could do with a bit better documentation of when to use what. But I like the cut of their jib. I like their style. I love their talks and little like testimonials that are actually kind of making fun of themselves over the type-safe SQL wrapper. Yeah. So I like their style. I'm using them now. Be wary about migrations for like official big team projects. They are a bit wonky, but they're doing the job for me. And what I've done in this project is that I do have separate schema files. I do have a customers table that's like dedicated, like my application this needs table, But I have one file full of the auth tables that Auth.js needs to work, and a Stripe table full of all the stuff that Stripe needs to work to be able to sync up products and prices and subscriptions. So just one file for those. You can export as many tables as you'd like in them and define as many tables as you like. But you can still group them like logically like this. I haven't seen anyone doing it like this, but it makes sense to me. Let me know what you think about that. The problem with the Drizzle adapter is for Auth.js is that they do have documentation on it. They do have what you can essentially copy paste, which you can use as is for any version of Drizzle that you have. Like I just changed this, but you cannot change the table names, or the column names, which some people may find annoying. If you work in a big team, maybe you have like standards and practices and you need to like raise an RFC to say, oh, I want this table to be in like users, plural, like every column. I want this to be user underscore ID. Like I want that too, because I want consistency. And the way I grew up with, the SQL table names were plural and the column names were like snake-cased, and they definitely weren't mixed. But the way Drizzle works, you will just be using these exported variables that you have for the table. So in my code, I will only see users, and I will only see like the camel case, like JavaScript style columns. I will never need to remember whether this is like undercased, lowercase, camel case, totally cased. Doesn't really matter. So instead of figuring out a way to customize this, which Auth.js doesn't have for this adapter, it is available for some other adapters. But for this one, GDeep, don't worry about Supabase. Supabase is still like a big favorite of mine, and I'm using it for other projects, and I'll keep using it as well. I just like trying things out in the real world. That's why I'm trying Drizzle. Generic function using Drizzle or repository pattern. We may do this, maybe not in this project. If you remember in other projects, hello Funnyflix in the chat, and hello ZB as well. So Funnyflix, can we make generic functions using Drizzle or repository pattern? We certainly can. I don't know if we'll do it like today or in this project. Now, my only hook is the one for authentication, so I'm not doing anything here. But let me see if SvelteKit has like a hooks example. So this is what you may export yourself as a handle hook in your hooks server file. You can have many hooks here. I would be using sequence to pass on the auth handle and then my own custom handles. And in one of those, I like putting in repositories inside the local subject. So I can have like my customers repository, and then I have an interface for that, and then I can get the users. I can have like the interface that says, all right, this repository has a get customer by ID and has update GitHub profile, and that's it. And then you don't care if the repository is using like Drizzle or like type ORM or the Supabase client directly. Doesn't really matter. You make your changes there, and you have all the benefits of doing that style of like dependency injection, kinda. So I am a fan of that. I don't know if we'll actually do it like in this case, but there's definitely room for it. I'm sure I have projects that have this example, similar examples there. But yeah, and Drizzle with Supabase, I've had people in the Discord using Drizzle with Supabase, which to me is like, that's crazy. Because I tried using Prisma with Supabase and they just didn't play well together. They couldn't figure out like the auth especially stuff, the authentication stuff, the RLS stuff, that sort of thing. But with Drizzle, there's success stories in my own Discord, so it must work. And yeah, I guess I'll say again, why would you not use Supabase? Maybe like me, like you have like a million projects and at some point you need to start paying Supabase. for them, which is fair enough. They make a great product and a great service. And if you have a big team and you make it in production, you should pay them like tens of thousands of dollars. But if you just have like a lot of little projects that you want to see which one takes off, you may want to start with something simpler than Supabase, because they only allow like one or two, I think two. Now they changed their billing scheme where you need to be in an organization, but if a member is there, anyway, it's a bit confusing. It's still generous, I still like it. But if you have like 10 weekend projects, if you have more than 2 weekend projects, it seems like you need to start paying for them. Again, fair enough, but if they're simple, then you may use something like an SQLite database and make do with cheaper. Like we will probably be using Turso here, which offers like 500 databases, which is a bit insane. Of course, you're not just limited by the database number, you're also limited by the bandwidth, or how much data they need to push over the wire, how much storage, how much disk space they need to use. But if you have just little weekend projects, like something like this is more sensible. And the other reason to try Drizzle is indeed that then you get a more, your opinions get better when you experience like the other side, like the way Supabase does local development and how easy it is to set up the local development and migrations is amazing. I appreciate this more after using Drizzle and having a slightly more complicated local development experience and much more complicated migrations experience. And you can steal like good ideas from one framework, bring them to the other, raise issues. I do think it's much better to do that and explore your solutions in real life ways, not just do like, you know, a to-do app in like 10 frameworks and then see which one you like best. Try to do real apps with a lot of different solutions. Then you get a better feel of what the best tools for the job are. So I will have a novelty budget for contract work. I will say, all right, I'm most confident that these tools are the best. I will use them, but you get like one or two that I'm willing to play around with. And then if something goes wrong, I can refactor back, switch them out. Or it's not going to be the end of the world if they just take me back like 5% because I learn more, I have a more educated opinion, that sort of thing. All right, so this is why we're doing Drizzle with SQLite today. And again, the SQLite experiment like was fueled by the Swift UI stuff and the iOS stuff. It's like, oh, if it's good enough for on device work, why not good enough for this? Right, so in the SaaS project, which is here, you may remember. And yeah, for sure, if you're already figuring out Supabase and you're using Supabase, just keep using Supabase. It's definitely production ready, really good. I heavily recommend it. And the novelty budget is there for a reason. Like you cannot switch like 10 tools every time because you never get anywhere. But you know, you can switch one or, you know, like, it depends. Right. So for the SaaS project, this is Supabase, and you will notice that we're doing very similar things. Now we're telling Stripe to hit our server endpoint, and then we check whether it's actually Stripe calling us, and then we handle a few specific events. We want to sync the products that we have, we want to synchronize the prices, and we want to synchronize the customers and the subscriptions. Do I not have? Yeah. So we'll be doing that exactly the same, but the way we're handling it is a bit different because we won't be syncing with Supabase, we'll be syncing to the SQLite database that we'll be talking to with Drizzle, which is very similar. We've shown how to generate TypeScript types from your Supabase schema. So we could have like this mappers that map a Stripe product, a Stripe price, and a Stripe subscription to our database equivalents. So I can just say, all right, this gets a Stripe product and it should return a database product. And even without a unit test here, the TypeScript, the type safety makes me confident that this is working. So the equivalent here, all I needed to do is have the same method, but type it thanks to Drizzle. The way it works with Drizzle, you define your tables like this, and then you do this like magic infer and select and infer an insert, and then you have the type of what a new product in the database should be, or a parcel of what you can actually update a product to. And the same thing for like the prices and the subscriptions. So I was able to copy and paste the Supabase stuff, the Supabase mappers, to turn them into Drizzle SQLite mappers. Thanks to this, it was able to tell me, oh, this actually should be converted to like a big int. Does that happen with price? I think so. So the type safety was able to tell me, all right, this you should convert into a big int. This one you should keep as an epoch time in timestamps. This one you should convert into a date, that sort of thing. So that was kind of easy to do. The same things we're showing with the Supabase database. They are very similar here. I guess the way you do the queries is a bit different, and that's where if I was using repositories, my life would have been a bit easier, because we'd be getting the repositories from the locals and just say, you know, db or product repo insert product, or product repo update product or whatever else, and then all of this would be refactored inside that repository, would just be changing the adapter there. So these handlers, this file, would have looked the same across the two projects, even though they're using different databases, which is cool. That's the reason to do dependency injection, or this kind of dependency injection thing that is hard to do. It is from things like Ruby and Java and PHP, but it's a bit harder to do with JavaScript. I think it's very, very hard to do with Next.js, for example. But the way SvelteKit works and the way you can put stuff in the locals, I think makes it very, very doable. So I am a big fan of that. I should have done it. I should do it. This is the prime case where it would have been super helpful. But yeah, the same things we're doing for the webhook handling in the other project. The same things happen here. Just very few things have changed. I guess just out of experience, my stripe tables are a bit more lithe, more slim. Like there are a few columns that I didn't add because I don't care about that information, but it's mostly the same. And I think that's it. The questions are, in theory, I think I've set things up correctly. Have I really set things up correctly? Do the webhook handlers really work? Will we have products in our database? As always, I am forwarding Stripe test events to the local webhook handlers. So I think it's time to get on with the code. Just a sip of coffee. Just some more time for people to ask me, why did you change everything? And yeah, probably the next series is going to be like tamer, maybe like simple auth solution, maybe nothing, maybe just a portfolio, and all we'll do is like Svelte 5 and SvelteKit 2, just runes all the way, like children's and props and the new Svelte stuff. So still SvelteKit, but Svelte has changed quite a lot from 4 to 5. So I didn't do it for this project because I didn't want to give up once again the Svelte inspector, which gets me like in the code in a comment like this, which is awesome. But I think I'll finally bite the bullet and show like Svelte 5. We don't do many things client side, but I did find that a few things like this state would be quite different the way we do components. Instead of getting slots, no more slots in Svelte 5. You take them in as children. So there are things that are different. So if you really want to use Svelte 5, if you don't care about the awesome get to the component here with the Svelte inspector, and you want to get on with the times and use the new thing, that's what the next streams are going to be about. All right, so let's go to Stripe and create a new product and see what happens. As a reminder, we're using the same one Stripe account for both Tenexify and Johnnify, just for my convenience, and we understand which product is for what based on metadata that we've added to the product. You'll probably not do this. You'll have like a separate account for your client or for yourself. You won't have like one account with like 2 different products. That's another case where we're kind of unique. So yeah, excited to see if it's gonna work. What am I actually saying? And from here, let's see, I think in the routes, in the premium route, I have the product image that I want to use. Will I be able to drop it here? Yeah. I was afraid of this. I do try to set these things up, but especially Stripe and GitHub love re-asking for password for like more sensitive or dangerous operations. So let's add it in. So digital software is what I'm trying to find. Well, we can find it later, I guess. Let's do this. And it needs at least one price, I suppose. So 6.9 per month. Let's not add anything else. Just 1 unit. It's recurring. Let's add another one. Let's do 80. Test 70. Is it eating like some of the things? Anyway, doesn't really matter. 2 prices, 2 recurring prices. Can set this one up at some point to upsell to another one. I guess that will be somewhere else. Let's add the product. And let's see if our webhook is happy. Got 200s, great. Always great news. And we have this Drizzle Studio. that has one product and two prices. So I think I've set things up correctly. What's this text and text? Not rename this correctly. Whoops. The important things is whether it's active, I guess. That's not how you go back in this thing. And the prices, the important things are whether it's active and the interval. Really, like everything else doesn't really matter. And this text field, did they really not name it something? Let's check. So in our database schema, I did call it text because I'm a mug. Text, unbelievable. How does that even work? Whoops. So, perfect time to see how the migrations kind of work. Let's go into our project. Also, this project is a monorepo, changed from before, which has a web app, also the local database running in a different app, some shared Tailwind styles distribute as a package, with the idea being that maybe I need like a separate API or like a separate email service, maybe one that's like React and Vue in browser, like, I don't know. But that's another thing that I made different. I guess one more way to have this be a different example than the SaaS 10xify example is that this is a monorepo. So if you need a monorepo for whatever reason, classic reasons are you need a separate API and a separate web interface. You want your app, but a separate marketing app, or you want your app in like a Swift app as well, or Flutter, React Native, something like that. That's where a monorepo would be useful, so you get that as well. All right, so why am I here? I'm here because I want to synchronize the DB and see what's going to happen. So did that select this? Who knows? Renamed. And with the studio thing, I did find that I may need to restart the local studio, which I think is here. Which is slightly disappointing. All right, so now it has features and metadata. Perfect. And prices have metadata. Cool. Let's go back to Stripe. Add metadata here and say that the app name is Johnnify. We may use this. And doesn't cross-sell to anything. Can upsell to something. Well, a price can upsell to something else. But what else did I want here? I wanted the features, right? Features. There you go. And see if that works correctly as well. So here, what do I say? Like exclusive access to the GitHub. I wonder how you internationalize this. I think there's a way to do it in Stripe, but you could also like translate perk1 or whatever. So yeah, just one, update this product. And see if that did get updated. Supabase Studio, much better than the Drizzle Studio. For sure. All right. So that's sweet. This synced. Anything else from a price that I may want to sync? Like the nickname and stuff. It's just internal. Let's just confirm this works in metadata. So let's open a price. Say it upsells. No, the other one upsells. So this one, what does this one do? Not sure. What do I want to do here? Like a friendly name, yeah, nickname. It doesn't really matter, we just want to see if it updates. And then let's do something similar to the monthly price and say that this one upsells to the yearly one. So when you go to Stripe checkout, if the user is on the monthly price, they can click the toggle and they go to they save money by going to the monthly one. They save money by paying more money. And yeah, the idea for this is you get invited to the GitHub repo, do whatever you want before you get kicked out, like download the zip files, work with projects, doesn't really matter. So if you really want, you can just do a month and then cancel. It's not that important. That's not the point. Making money is not the point of this. But it needs to be real to make it like battle proven, to ensure that this is serious. So metadata is fine, some things are fine here. It all looks good. Anything weird with the transcriptions, like any weird text fields here? No? Good. Right, so it seems webhooks are handled correctly. Remains to be seen if the subscription part is also correctly handled. But I'm feeling good. It's all going aces. It's all coming up. Simpsons reference. It's all coming up Millhouse. Right. So I have hard-coded this. Let's make it dynamic, including the price, like our favorite thing, like styling things. So let's see. This is the premium page, which doesn't use any data from the server, really. But it is. So in page.server.ts, we want to fetch like the product. Right? Or the price product. Maybe the product has like a monthly price. Like, I don't know. Let's fetch the product. So how does Drizzle work? Let's get in here and do like a normal select. You pass in the table that you export on the schema definition file, which is neat. But that's not the example they use here, which I find weird. Oh no, it is. Sorry, I don't find it weird at all. I find it appropriate. What I found weird is that you cannot like, cannot easily like copy this. And UI unclear. Like it's harder than it should be. Anyway. Let's select products for now. DB is our DB client or DB repo, and select it from products. And let's return them. Is that it? Oh, it's product table. Whoops. So what should I call this? Data? Let's call it data for now. It's fine. And let's go back to the UI. Export let data. So that's different with Svelte 5. You get this from like the props. Like Svelte 5 would be doing this, but I won't be doing it now. That's a story for a different time. Hello Naveen in the chat. This video is about justifying my tech stack and my tech stack changes, what database we're using, what authentication we're using, and now we're implementing Stripe checkout. So how can you get people to subscribe to your SaaS style product? So that's what we're doing now. We're getting our products from the database with a live price. We can just update in Stripe instead of having to do a code release. And then we'll get them through a journey with the official Stripe branding, which people recognize and they feel safe. And then we'll get rich. So on the server, we're fetching the products. We export let data for SvelteKit to magically populate this with whatever we return in the server load method. So we have the products here. And for now, I'll just like stringify them. And yeah, let's see if our database stuff works. It's here, good. And it has the metadata, so maybe we can query for that. But I also want to fetch with prices. So how do I do like joins and stuff? You need to specify like where to join, I guess. Like any other like more magical join, I guess not. Fair enough. I've done joins back in my day. Oh, with. There's also another clause. Nope. You create like a custom table, I guess. Yeah, I guess it has to be the join section for sure. So we'll do the classic left join. It helps me remind my SQL as well, because this looks more like SQL than Supabase. Right, so left join. We also want to left join the prices. GitHub Copilot is right. It's not right about that. Like Drizzle is like more new and less popular, so it's getting like solutions maybe from different frameworks. So how do we do it? Left join this, and I guess these can be, oh, it's an equality check. Whoops. So that's a case where like the AI autocomplete can cut you out actually. Like, none of these are strings. So let's bring in this. Let's bring in this. And now, that's the real thing. Product ID. So yeah, many problems here. Do I also need a group by? It catastrophically failed. It doesn't know how to serialize a big int. Interesting. So, interesting. The prices are big ints, which maybe I should just have made indicators. This is just if your products cost like millions, I suppose, more than the MagSafe integer. So yeah, should I just turn it into a regular integer? I think I may be fine. So in the stripe table, stripe schema, like I save the using amount as a blob. And integer should get me there, surely. And then I don't need to convert anything. I could also convert the price to like the number, right? But you know, why? Why indeed? So in my webhook handlers, this one magically knows that this is not a big int anymore, which is neat. So I can just do this and we're good. But the question is, if I do my push, will it just do it? Let's restart our Drizzle Studio and see how that affected our price, if at all. Ooh, did affect it. That's not an indicator. So that's something to keep in mind. Let's fix it by changing the price. Nice. Did it work? Yeah. So the thing is that the price is in cents, so it's like 100 times bigger than you may expect. So you may need big int, but you know I won't be charging enough to need a big int for this. Right, so let's just change this one too. They have so many troll buttons here. All right, good to go. So now backend fetches the products with their prices. Are the prices not in an array? They have to be, surely. I don't see like the open array, but they have to be. Oh, don't group by, because it's a many, like it's a one-to-many, isn't it? It's a one-to-many. But this one is a one-to-many, and saying that it's fine. Clearly, I haven't done this in a while. Of course, it's gonna be many. Like I'm gonna have like 2 products with 2 prices, right? Yeah, of course. Duh. Right. So left join was fine, but I do need to group by, right? Yeah. Maybe. Group. Let's find a group. Is it not group? Maybe it's not. Oh, that should be correct. But group is for aggregation, so not quite. Maybe too many. Wait a minute, shouldn't this have like just 1 result now? It looks like the answer is yes. This is just 1 result. But then why are there many, are there not many prices? And now it's keyed inside products. There you go. Too complicated. Right, no console log, no grouping. Let's just console log and see what we get a bit more clearly. So it has results for products and prices, which I guess is fair enough. But this is like the same product twice, which I wouldn't want. What happens if I do group? Get 1 product and 1 price because I've grouped it, I guess. So that one is kind of silly, but that's fine. Let's see. Let's reduce this. We'll need to manually do the open. So this is an array of these things. Great. Each result has a products result and a prices. Also great. I guess I only care for the prices, really, in our case, because I won't be using the features in real life. I just care about the price. But we could reduce this result and just have like the one object. Right, so how can we ask for fewer data from the database? How do I do that with a join? Like this, I guess. So what do I actually care about? In my case, I care about price ID and the unit amount. And the currency. And the interval. And I guess that's it. Don't really care about the product ID. So 2 results again, 2 prices, which is fair enough. I don't care about the features, like I do hard code them. I just care about like this price and the price ID because we'll use it to do the Stripe checkout. Each row will be something. Reduces are my favorite thing. So first we have the accumulator. The accumulator starts as monthly price. And yearly price. And if row interval is month, or maybe like a switch case for this. Oh yeah, I don't want to immediately return anything. This. All right, switch row interval. Case month. brick. Good Nordic price. So what is this? Surely this is not any. Oh, it's confused by this. UI prices. Premium prices. So now it knows what data is. Yeah, I don't particularly want to like manually type this, but hey, fair enough. I have to. We can return this ID. Type unit price. String or null? Why would there be string or null? Surely it's something. Hello, Mr. Awesome Sundre. You say in the chat, just found your channel while I was looking for some Astro guys. I want to make a quiz with Astro and maybe Svelte. Do you have any videos on this? With all the way down to the basics, starting with a fresh Astro project. Indeed, I do believe like we had the live stream at some point, somewhere here, where we did a challenge with from Frontend Mentor, where we made the Frontend quiz app. So if you search for those in the channel, or if you see like the Bonus XP project, we do start from nothing, if I remember correctly. Like we start from like a fresh Astro project. Maybe not, maybe I lie. Maybe that's how you found me. So here we have like the Frontend quiz, the only one we have to this day, and you can do this. And we've switched between doing it with like Svelte and just doing it with like a regular Astro and HTML. We have one layout that one theme that fulfills the spec that's exactly as the spec, and one that's a bit different. I talked about when I liked the decisions, when I did it. We talked about Astro form actions, so we did talk a lot of things about this. If you haven't seen that stream, definitely start from that one. Even if I may have set a few things up, maybe I set up like this playground and this stream starts from this point where we just built, like not this point. It starts from this point where you can click on something and then there is nothing like this. Wow, how did that happen? And then we start building it from here. I think that should be enough to get you going. And to create this whole site, which has like many examples, and at some point I will be doing more Astro stuff and Frontend Mentor stuff. I think I just followed the docs, so maybe I will get into detail at some point in a future stream. Let me know, like leave comments and I'll keep doing stuff that you like. But if it's specifically about the front-end quiz, like that live stream should get you there for sure. It is over-engineered because I'm doing like my own custom theme, and then like the one that they want as well, it has like things like that. It's part of like this whole separate project, while you can just implement in your own like Astor app, but it should get you there. So hopefully that's interesting enough for you. I'm sure you'll find it helpful. I also have like a different toggle in this one, experiment with that one. But my favorite one is still this one. Awesome. Right, so why is system happy? We can do a type guard, as always. I can say is UI price. And then we can check. That it's an object, and then that it has an ID. And that it has unit amount, and that it has currency, and that it has interval. And if all that's correct, then it's actually a UI price. And if it is a UI price, we can do this. And then we'll be happy. Prices can be the premium prices. And let's see what we get. Maybe we can call this just monthly. And just yearly. And yeah, I think that's it. So what do we actually get here? This. All right. So we have the monthly price and we have the yearly price. Great. Awesome. I think we're ready to do the toggle, and so like the correct price. Maybe let's do the UI just to show one of them. So don't do that anymore. I'm wondering, like, should we have an error? Maybe not. So in here, we'll want this button to have the price ID and the value to be the value of the price for sure. The ID, so ID. And yeah, we want to use this. So let's have some state. Let's say active price. And let's say that the active price is the monthly one. And here, so this is something we could have be dynamic from the product, like from product features, and do like a tick, tick, tick. Like here have exclusive GitHub access, private Discord channel, and autograph, like digital autograph. I don't know. But we're not doing it, so we don't need anything from the product. All we need is the prices. So here we can just use like active price unit amount divided by 100 because it's in cents. So we did get something, but we should create a currency formatter. Can I pass undefined here? And then format this price according to locale. And you get like the euro sign, which is cool. So what do we need to do here? Like, should we be throwing an error? I guess so. Now the UI will know that this is always something. Maybe not. Wait a minute. How can I get around this? Like, this check should make a TypeScript think that these are never nulls anymore. But I guess it doesn't. But can be convinced here. So now in the UI, we know that this will always be defined. Great. Awesome. So we don't need to check for this. If we don't have them in database, this page crashes, and then, you know, I get a pager duty call and make sure there is at least one active one there. I think that makes our life easier. And we could be fetching this from Stripe, but they put cookies on images, so I'm not going to do that. We could have it in like Cloudflare or something, but it's fine. Like having it local, we can use SvelteKit enhanced images. We have an optimized image, great. And I only have one product, so simple plan. You just buy this. And I can do with like doing a deployment to update this batch. So what do I want to say here? I want to make like this cooler, like the price. So should I extract the whole card? I guess you can have like a placeholder UI or something to say, oh, sorry, like cannot find the actual product. We want this. Do we want to handle submit here? Maybe the logic just stays in here anyway. This one gets given the price. Which means that because we cannot export things from these files, we can have like a type, common types. Have it here. And then use it in the server. And then also use it in that component. And then in the page. In this page, we can steal the handle submit and the formatter. Oops. Yeah, so let's steal that. Did I not steal the page, state? Oops. Active price should be price. Active results, bring that in. And in here, instead of having this big section, have a premium card with a price being the active price. Please import this. We're back. So now we can style this. Bring this in. Bring this in. And style this a bit better, I suppose. Wow. All right, so maybe that's smaller actually. Save some amount by switching. Doesn't matter. So this one is like the UI price, the per month price. So let's derive it. All right, that kinda seems correct, but no, it's like divided by 12, right? So if it's per month, we just want this divided by 100. And that's it. So still the same for per month, but we'll see if we've actually made it stick. Oof, unreadable. Let's see in DaisyUI, they do have like colors and stuff. Anything we may want to use? Not really. Not really. Do we want this to be bigger? Be 5 much bigger. I think that's fine, like enough UI stuff for now. And my head is in the way. So yeah, I think we've successfully brought the prices in. Let's go back to the agenda. And do the toggle. So last time we did melt UI, but now let's just do like one of these toggles. Looks simpler to me. And I guess back in the page, where would we actually put it? We could put it in the card, actually. Could put it in the card. Yearly pricing or monthly pricing. Whoa, what happened there? Let's introduce some state. So yearly price. So it's true. And the active price gets derived based on this. And maybe we can bind checked to so yearly price. It does work. Let me put my head out of the way. You can see we start here, but then like interacting with this. That's not exactly what I expected. Anything else they say here? Not really. Yeah, I'm not convinced why this override happens. Do I have anything else about toggles somewhere? Not really. Right, so since this doesn't quite look nice, we'll have to switch to UI toggle. I still have it here. No, I can steal it from here. So Milk UI, a bit more complicated, but worth it, I guess. Just copy all of this. And go to my source lib components factory, paste the toggle here. And then, oh, it's just passing a checked store. Genius. So in our page, so instead of doing this, bring in this guy, and this is going to be a writable store starting at true, passing in the checked value, and then it also wants a label. Brilliant. Right, I guess I'm using DaisyUI here, so I'm using on the toggle. I'm using some of my Johnny conventions and not the DaisyUI conventions, but we'll find them. Let's see, what are we doing here? So Surface Brand 2, not a real thing. What is a real thing in this? It's like a base 200, for example, so you can barely see here. Just about see it. Now it's like a bit darker. This one looks nice. And if it's checked, and this one can be primary content. Ugh. Slightly different. It can be white, doesn't need to be anything. Yeah, this one I don't particularly like. This one I don't particularly like. And this one I want to check the value, not the store. So now it should work. All right. Stop making it look so dodgy. Let's make it white. Move on with your life. Ugh, it's so white. I blinded myself. Primary content. I guess that would make it black. Ah, not really. All right, not too bad. Yeah, this looks kind of nice actually, even on light mode. All right, sold. And let's put it on the big screen for everyone's approval. You can see here, like yearly pricing. It's this. And that's about it. I guess the component could be taking like both prices. Maybe it could be part of the component. I don't know. Like the subscribe button is not above the fold on big screens. Maybe not good. Maybe just putting it here. It's fine. Ah, and this could be the no, this is fine. We could have another line that says, you know, saving this much by doing like the yearly plan or whatever. But I think we're good. Like you can just about see the subscribe button. I think we're good to go. All right, as always, UI stuff took us a while. So we did melt UI once again. Column switches. Remember to update this. So now 1.5 hours in, time to do the checkouts, the sessions. So let's see. We've confirmed that this updates like dynamically if we change stuff in Stripe. Let's do it again. Let's double confirm. So 6.95. If I update this price, $6.9. So all you need to do is change stuff in Stripe, and that's it. We could be bringing in these from Stripe as well, but it doesn't really matter for this product. I think we're good to go. All right. So low code recurring payments with Stripe. We've done this maybe like 2 weeks ago before we did the Apple stuff. And it's claiming we have something on the front end that hits the backend, a format hits the backend with the price ID. And then on the backend, it tells you to use a Stripe client to create a new subscription. But we're not going to do that because I eventually took inspiration from the latest Next.js example, and I'm creating the customer first. So at this point, we're only allowing people to convert if they have already have their account, which you kind of need because you're gonna need the GitHub link to see the code. So since we already have the customer, then we can create the customer first and tell Stripe to create a subscription, the checkout session for this specific customer. And we need to do that because as amazing as Stripe is, they're kind of silly in that you cannot pass in like a customer ID, like your own app ID, you can, but you cannot use it in the events. You cannot find it in most of the events that you handle. You can find it in the checkout session event, but I don't care about that. I don't want to handle this in the checkout session. I'm getting like passionate about this, which I shouldn't. So let's see what we're actually doing here in the other project. So first, or at some point, we create a Stripe customer. If we don't have a Stripe customer, if the person logged in is not already a Stripe customer, we create that customer, we give him the ID, I guess, and the name, and blah, 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 blah. We do this first because even though when you do the checkout session with Stripe, you can pass in a client reference ID, you only can see this in when handling the checkout session. When you retrieve this specific checkout session, you can see your client reference ID. So that'd be awesome. It's a great idea. It's how you can resolve like the Stripe customer ID with your customer ID, but you just don't have access to this checkout session enough. We're handling quite a lot of webhooks, and all of those webhooks that we're handling don't have that client customer ID, client reference ID. So Stripe, great idea with a client reference ID, amazing, that's what I want. Add it to more events. What are you doing? What are you thinking? Don't only have it on the checkout event. And I'm sure that there is a valid reason there. Some engineers, maybe, people on the internet are asking for this. Engineers in Stripe, I'm sure, are pushing for this, but there is like a reason that it may be too expensive for them to fetch out the checkout information and to pass this in like the customer subscription created event. I guess for those events, these events that I've decided to handle, these are the ones that I want the subscription that gets created to have the client reference ID. I don't think I'm asking for too much, but it hasn't happened in like so many years, so maybe I am. Anyway, the reality is I don't have the client reference ID. Therefore, I need to, an easy way to handle this is to preemptively create a subscription for a specific customer, for a specific Stripe customer. And that's what we're doing. First, we create a Stripe customer if it doesn't exist already, and then we create a subscription specifically for that customer. And therefore, when that subscription payload comes back, we do have the Stripe customer ID in our systems, because the moment we create the Stripe customer, we save that Stripe customer ID in our databases. It would be cool if this event had our own reference ID to create the Stripe customer only then and allow people, make the process a bit faster, I guess. For the user, it doesn't really matter. It's just like a bit more complicated, the code stuff that we'll show today. We haven't seen it work like that. Last time, I believe we looked up the email. So we were passing in the customer email, which we also have. And then we're looking that up in the database, which is workable. But what if they change their email? I don't know. This feels a bit more straightforward. So that's what we'll be doing today. So first things first, pass the price ID to the backend, and then do quite a lot of stuff and not just create the checkout session, which is what Stripe docs is telling us to do. So quite a few things, really. Quite a few things. So the way to handle this, the premium card already has a form, which should be hitting SvelteKit form action. We'll set that up. And that form action will be getting price ID form data that should have the value of the price ID. So price ID. That's it. And the action can be the default. I guess we can skip this if it's the default action. Let's double check. I think by default you don't need to specify anything. So great. So on the corresponding page server TS, we do export an actions object with a default action. This action is going to have the request, and the request is going to have form data. In that form data is going to be what we want. And we can use Zod to validate that we indeed got this, even though the user won't need to fill up anything. The user just clicks a button. But if you want like even more peace of mind, if you want to pretend to your PM that you've done more work, then you also do this. So we have the Zod validation library already. And I guess it's good to like keep doing good patterns. It's good to be good. Reinforce good habits. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. So we can get the form data. We can parse the price ID. Like this would never happen. Hey, maybe it happens. Maybe someone is trying to be sneaky. And then, I guess we get the user ID that we're doing here. And then we get the user email, then we get like a lot of stuff. And then we create the Stripe customer. And then then we check if we've already persisted the Stripe customer, which is fair enough. If we haven't persisted the Stripe customer, then we create the Stripe customer, or else we just move on to create the Stripe session. All right, that kind of makes sense. So all of this is happening because we want to pass in a Stripe customer ID here. For Stripe to create the checkout session for specifically a customer that we have in our records anyway. And this client reference ID, I just add it in there because maybe at some point they will listen to me and all the people asking for this. And we also say, all right, if you have converted, then you can go to this page and we can show like something nice. Or else we get you to the same page, this page. Like no slash here. And because of the path name has a slash, of course. So yeah, why else do we need the email here? To create the customer, sure. All right then, time to get the Auth.js version versus the Supabase session. That's going to be a bit different. We do this in the profile page. In the locals, we have like this whole thing which has the user session in there. The session in there which has the user. So first this sanity check, and then we can, I guess, build up the user. Maybe, nah, that's fine. This is the user session. I named it user session because we're also doing a Stripe checkout session. I wisely named it like this. And we can do this same error. You should be logged in. Maybe it expired. Maybe someone is trying to be kind of naughty. Then these things are the same. Maybe we can have like different errors here. And this should never happen, but just in case. And I'm not protecting this page, so we should be doing something afterwards to only allow logged in people to do this. So remember this. So actually, it is actually now possible to not have a session, now that I think about it. So we have the price ID, blah, blah, blah. We'll always have their email. And then that's the Stripe customer ID. So let's call it that. And I suppose we check to see if we have it already. This checks the customer table, fair enough. And we also get the person's name as well. In this one, we can do it with just the one query. So maybe again in the profile page we'll do something like this. So let's check it out. Get the customer schema. Get this. Find this user. And oh, this should always be defined. Because this fails, right? Toggle this. Oops. All right, TypeScript to the rescue. So we have a customer type, customer ID. Then as this happens, else we need to create a Stripe customer, which GitHub Copilot seems to be auto-completing nicely for me. Let's go one by one. I'm not perfectly sure, but it looks kind of correct. So if we have a Stripe customer ID, it means they maybe have gone through the flow before. Even if they abandon the flow, we will have created this. And can create the customer here, but we won't just pass in the email. We'll pass in the name, the ID. Why? Because this helper method calls Stripe and does something else too. So yeah, we have extracted this into its own method, and we will extract it at some point, but not yet. So bring in the stripe thingy. The email is going to be the user email. Even here, let's say that the Johnnify user ID is this. Is there a chance we have one with this email? Ugh. Maybe that goes wrong. Like if they've checked out with the Nexify. We'll see. We'll come to that if we need to. So here's a customer name. Then we add it to the payload. And then we actually call Stripe, I believe. So yeah, we just call this. So the Stripe customer is this. Out of the conditional. And then we update our database. And I believe that's the way to update things in the Drizzle, but let's double check because it was GitHub Copilot who suggested this. But it does seem to be update the table you want to update, set the column you want to update, and then you do your quality check so you don't update everything. And if you want, you can get the row back. All right. So update customers, set Stripe customer ID, blah, blah, blah. Good. And this only happens if we don't already have a Stripe customer ID, which is all good. So I may have a problem going through the flow because I have a Nexify account. Let's see, that'd be fun to figure out. And with all of that, we can finally create a checkout session. Which is what the Stripe docs wants us to do from the beginning. But again, for the reasons mentioned above, we wanted to create a customer first. I guess before creating the Stripe customer, we could be getting the customer by email. We'll see. If I have this problem, then we may work that out. I don't have this problem, then unlikely any other person will have that problem. So the checkout session, still using the Stripe library, the mode is subscription on the line items, just one for the price that the user clicked on. So different price on whether, depending on whether this toggle is true or false. URL we can get from the handler, the action. We pass this in case Stripe will ever implement it in a useful place. And with successful checkout, we get them to this page, so we can thank them. Great. So maybe a to do here. And if we didn't manage to get a checkout session, then we error out, error back. Or else we redirect. All right. So this is the action. It happens when they click the button on this card. And do we ever use like the loading state actually? This will never happen. Like the success for this action is always a redirect. So here we could be showing a spinner, I suppose. And we couldn't be passing like a disabled loading for whatever reason. Not how you do JavaScript. So disable takes priority from loading. And maybe here, like, do we have like a spinner? Surely we have a spinner. Maybe in the login page. Oh, this guy. Loading console spinner. Just to test things out. Let's see, loading true. Yeah, not bad. Maybe absolute left 0. Maybe you need to make this relative. Left 2, left 4. Yeah, that looks fine to me. All right, so loading is state equals loading. All right, that's a real thing. Whoa. It's true, actually. So we need like you need to log in to subscribe, I guess. But we'll do it later. For now, I think we can go through the flow. I think we're ready to demo. All right, sip of coffee. I'll hope for the best. Check the chat. Sip of coffee. Let's go. I saw the spinner and then like immediately something weird happened. Seemingly nothing. So what was that about? No errors, no UI, no nothing. It should be doing like the default action. So let's double check. It could be the problem with my account, with me having a customer account for this email, Stripe account. But like surely like something should be failing better. Like we don't get here. Look. All right, do we get it there? So look debugging. Yeah, we get there. DB call and customer. Plunk. We don't get there. Well, well, well. Could we be here? Did I not name it price ID? Well, this one passes. Great. Session exists. That feels like the thing that's not happening. Sure. So is this the thing that like fails? There are two problems here. No user session, and then checking like these two. Let's check this. Oh, good. So finally, we go to the Stripe error. Interesting, but we weren't getting those logs before. So I don't particularly understand. So it's a problem with my Stripe key. I know we did get like a 500 finally. So I start the server. Let's see, do we get like to the 500 again? Fair enough. And I guess like these hard fails. For some reason. we're trying to do this, but they're saying that they cannot create my customer. Is it because this customer exists? Or is it true that it's my Stripe key? That's not quite correct. I do think I created like a different key for this one actually. So like instead of passing this secret key, I created like a different one. I created this restricted key. And I've added like a few things, but I guess we wanted more things. I swear I turned a few of them in right, not just read, surely. Surely I made this right. Oh well. Something funky must have gone on. Don't know about this. Probably not this. Probably not this. I want to create payment links. Let's double check. And let's try again. It works. Yeah, I promise I did this correctly offline, but hey. So 69 per year. Let's go back. We'll go back to this page. We don't show a message. We could show a message if we wanted. To say, you know, only do it if you have the means. If I choose the monthly one, I get to the monthly checkout and I have like this little toggle to be upsold and save more. Save more than 2 months by going yearly. And this could be it. This could be it indeed. What am I claiming that I'm gonna do next? I guess I should complete the flow and then work on the relevant UI stuff. There is the things that I have in the bonus where we'll actually be hitting the GitHub API to invite the users in the organization programmatically. And that may be like tricky to do, but I guess not. I guess not. Just thinking, should I do this like first? And nah, let's do the value stuff. Let's go through the whole flow. Test credit card. Classic. And do the, so this fits. Maybe. Label, toggle label. Too complicated. Yearly pricing, it's fine. That's fine, we can do it. Let's do the monthly one. And look, if I cancel, I do go back to the URL with like an error checkout cancel, so we can use that to show like a modal or pop-up or toast or whatever you want. So subscribe, little loading spinner, we can get the card. Anything in the future will work. Doesn't matter. Pay and subscribe. Oh, we forgot to do the welcome page. We'll need to do it later. 404. So we do go to the subscribe checkout session, like blah blah blah. Great. Let's look at the database. We did get a subscription for this guy, and it's active. So awesome. Our webhook handled it. Let's have a look there. So in here, where I'm saying that if the status is active, this is what happened now. This is where we should be inviting the user to the GitHub organization if they're not there already. So you can see all the private code. But if it's cancelled, then we kick them out. Sorry. Right. So that's great news. Let's do a nice subscribe thank you page for subscribing. So Stripe, as instructed, got us back to this page, but we haven't created this yet. They also give the checkout session ID, so we can actually validate if a user has legitimately ended up in this page, which is cool. Like extra security, I guess. And let's see. So I think I can just copy paste this wholesale actually. So the subscribed stuff, I don't even need you to be authenticated, because maybe in the future we'll allow even non-authenticated users to do this, but that'd be a big change actually. So here, if there is no checkout session ID, which is what we told Stripe to give us, we just get them back to the premium page, which may be fine. And if there is, we see if that's an actual valid checkout session, or else we redirect to premium again. If there is no checkout session, or if the status is not complete, then we just get them to the premium page. I think that makes sense. But if it's an actual valid checkout session, you can still paste this to like another person, and then they see like the receipt, I guess. But I think that's enough security. I should have like a nice GIF or video here for the thanks. That'd be cool. Nice. I think I have like a nice link somewhere. And like, what did I go paste? And right, so now this page looks like this. Needs a container clearly. No content grid. It's just a container. Excellent. Text shadow. And having too much fun for this. Text decoration. What's the helper for this? Decoration color. Oh, just decoration. Am I dreaming? Underline decoration, something. Oh. Secondary and accent like the same? Hmm. Alright, anyway, doesn't really matter. So you've got your things. When you successfully check out, I think we've proven that this works. So the success UI, so we've just done this. And I guess at this point, we want, if they go here to premium, we can tell them you already have premium. Or if they go in their profile, we tell them you have connected your GitHub account, and or here, like different copy, we should tell them that you already have the premium thing. So maybe here, we want to say something and disable this. So how would we do that? Hey, Astro, we were just talking about Astro. So, the profile page, we're here. The premium page, sorry. So here we want to say something like, you already have Johnnify Premium. So in this page, we would like to show you already have. So yeah, as we add more repos, maybe the pricing will go up. It depends. I did recently do that Udemy course that was absolute trash, and that one supposedly costs like 80 euros, and it's not about the money, but sometimes people use that as a signifier of whether something's good or not. So that's the reason it may go up. It's like, oh, now it has like 10 repos or 4 sample repos, not 2. Anyway, that's by the by. The point I'm making is that if you subscribe now, I will grandfather you in. I will always respect the pricing model. I won't tell you, I won't pull like a Disney Plus or Netflix, or everyone's doing it, I guess, but I won't be doing that. I won't be saying, oh, now you need to pay more for this, because I won't be paying more for you. It's not like you'll be eating my bandwidth or anything like that. So I'm fine with you locking in low prices. So we only want to show this if true, else show the other thing, then end the if. But this shouldn't be like always true. We should figure out whether you have an active subscription. And while we're here, I did want to do some where clauses here. I do want to fence like only active prices, right? Active products and active prices. How do we do that? I only want to fetch one. And I only want to fetch the Johnnify product, not the other products that I may be changing. So, filters, where, just the where. And I guess you can mix columns too. All right, it works the same, but we're safeguarding against something, and I'll try to look into whether it has Johnnify. But first, I need to check up on my doggy because it's been surprisingly quiet. Catch you in just a bit for more fun stuff. We're back. Doggy is suspiciously quiet, but for once isn't eating anything. He's just sleeping peacefully. We did play and run a lot before the stream, so she's tired. Right, so let's do more on deriving whether they have premium. But first, I was thinking that maybe it would be easiest to have like the product metadata Like I won't have like that many products. And then here, if row product metadata app is not Johnnify, then return the accumulator. I guess this can be can actually specify this in the schema here. Look at column types. You can say something like this, and you can say that this may be there, I guess. Maybe not. This does claim that's the way to do it. But I guess it's lying. It's calling it here. Oh, it was calling it here too. Okay. So maybe now it knows that sometimes it has this. All right, it knows. And I guess I did add that metadata before. So if this was like 10xify, then this crashes because we have no prices. But now, even if I update the 10xify prices and products, like they won't appear here, like by mistake. Great, so I did want to do that. But we're doing all of this to see if the user has premium. So maybe another query, like does the user has premium? And maybe we can create a server endpoint again. So maybe like an API plus server DS. And in here, I guess we do have like a me endpoint here. We did the same thing. We did a similar thing. Kind of crazy. Okay, let's copy everything. And we're not going to be doing this. We will be doing this. We won't be deriving anything. We're getting locals indeed. Session is in locals auth this time. Can we return JSON null? Yes, so. But if not, then we want to see if there is a subscription for this user. An active subscription. And we can also return the cancel at, like when they plan to cancel, if they've said that they want to cancel, so we can send them a message to tell them, why are you doing this? Pressure them. All right. So let's do const customer. Get the DB client from the subscriptions. Subscriptions have a user ID, right? Yeah. And do we do like select? What do we do actually? I can select some stuff from where all those things. Not a join, all we want is the subscriptions, I guess. We call it to me, but we won't be returning everything really. Maybe at some point. What's happening? Oh, I just put it in an API directory. Didn't mean to do that. All right, so we want to select from subscriptions. We want to cancel at. And we want the status. We want to type this correctly. And all we want is a simple EQ equal. We want subscriptions ID, subscriptions user ID to be the session user ID. I guess we can just do like the one sec. And then I guess we can just return that, I suppose. Can name it something else. We can do like another equality actually. Like, do they have an active subscription? and then just return this. Do we need that where? Maybe we do, maybe we don't. Just return all of them. And now, on the premium page, server load method, while we do this db call that will extract at some point, one day. We may also ask for a fetch, a local fetch. Then SaaS Premium can be and let's look at the front end. Let's check as premium here. Which didn't quite work. So what did we get back? Let's do another cheeky console log. Subscription status. So let's just call it status and cancel it. If I made a mistake, I'm sure. Alright, so here you go. You are subscribed. You see this, but you can still see this, but probably we should disable that button for you. So maybe we also export it disabled. It's false. And we can pass this to the button. We can pass this to the button. Because on the page if they have premium, then this should be disabled because you should have premium. If you have premium, we don't want your money again. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. And on the profile page, I guess here we should be checking whether you already have the GitHub access already. We could be doing another GitHub check. We could. So we will. And so we will. So here we could be doing like a ternary if just thinking, like, I do want like an if here. Can I do it? I guess so. Doesn't look that nice. Maybe if I put it in a span, it will be nicer. Not. So we can say with your. It can be just a regular ternary. Come on, Johnny, get it together. We can do true with your or subscribe to. No need for spans, all of that. But instead of SaaS true, we want to do the same trick again. Has premium, which will never be true in this case because we never return has premium. But if we return true here, you'll see an out code with your Johnnify Premium. But this should be dynamic. I guess in this page you should always have a session, right? Surely. Maybe here. Actually, we'll put it inside the user. So we can look at our premium page and see how we did our nice fetch here. Long. Get it. And then for our profile page, now we can do the same thing. Maybe not. Because we're getting this from the customers table. We can join the subscriptions. Yeah, we can. Oh, I see. Maybe this should be another endpoint. Maybe this should be another endpoint. And this could be like a type. Yeah, let's do that. I'm debating in my head whether I should do it with the endpoint or not. Let's see. So what are we doing? We're getting this from subscriptions. actually good at getting this from customers. Where customers ID is user ID. And inner join subscriptions like this, and return the status and the cancel at, but also return the name, the GitHub user ID, GitHub username, and I guess that's it. So here, yeah, those are the only things that we want. And we can have a big type. Maybe here? No, here. In lib. Me type. Wait, should it have an ID? Yes. String or null. GitHub username string or null. Let's call it SaaS Premium. Cancel that. I think that's probably correct. Export it. So let's get the ID too. Since I was making fun of Auth.js and they don't return an ID, why are they doing this? And this will actually be the customer. But let's see, will this be happy? Oh, has premium should be a boolean, of course. This can be date null. I guess this cannot be passed. Can this be stringified? I don't think so. I think this may be a problem. Right? So premium should work the same with our changes. We know that you have premium. Great. Let's double check those incognito. Yeah, incognito comes out. Good. Good. But in the profile page, just want to do a little fetch. This. I can even type this. And I think that's a real thing that didn't break anything. Good. So in the profile page, did I not paste the correct thing in? I did. So I guess it says this. Or maybe not. Ah, fetch. Perfect. Done. Nailed it. Nailed it. Nailed it. So we know they have Johnnify Premium here. Another user will not have Johnnify Premium. We have this special UI in the premium page. I think that's it. What if they want to cancel their subscription? I guess that's important. Oh, logged in as undefined. What's that about? Let's return the email too then. Let's return the email too. I think this should always be there, but hey. Hey, so now we return it. We can see the email here. I can see it. Maybe you couldn't. This was null before. We fixed that too. And what we want to do next is like, all right, I'm paying for premium. I want to stop paying for premium. That's enough. You've got enough money out of me, Johnny. Like I forked the repos. I did my businesses. I charged clients like 10K for 1 week of work. Now I want to cancel. Fair enough. Let's give you that ability. Just thinking where it's best for this. So in the profile page, essentially, does that make sense? If data user has premium, is that not a real thing? Should be right. Why is the autocomplete failing me? Did I not do my trick? I didn't. Now we know. This is a boolean. We have Johnnify Premium. Thanks. Then just a big button that's like manage your subscription. And I guess we need another case for if they've already cancelled, we want to say something here. That's the point where we want to say something. Just considering, should these be like differently placed? Thinking like at some point maybe we want to do something about how these look. Maybe SM. So same thing here. Looks you cannot see it because of my face, but it looks decent. So it looks like this on like bigger screens, maybe slightly ridiculous if the screen is too big, but falls back, collapses on mobile. And all of this because we want this to get us to the Stripe customer folder, Stripe customer portal. So this one, we will actually follow the instructions from Stripe. I think they're fine. We're going to do a very similar thing. We're going to use SvelteKit form actions to generate that checkout link and then redirect the user there. So we kind of did it before. So we've set up the customer folder. I've done this, and we've done this in previous streams. It's like the low code way. I should say this. You can even do all of this with no code. You can do this yourself and create a link, and then you email them, or you Slack them, or you WhatsApp them, which is fine. Which is cool. Yes, gets you live faster. So implement the redirect, create the session, they say. Then I guess we just need the customer ID. That's the only thing we need, which we can find out on the backend, so we don't really need anything here. Billing portal. I guess that's what we want. We can check out what we did. The other one is really billing portal. Yes. And we get the Stripe customer ID, which we should have, given the successful, they have a subscription. There's no way we won't have that. So yeah, let's copy all of this, really. And we called it manage sub. Makes sense. Let's call it the same. Sometimes it's the case of what you did 1 month ago. Foolish what you're about to do. Genius. But this time, it looks like we did well. So we also have a form to update the name here. My wife just returned home, which is amazing. We're almost done. We should remember that this form should be sub for extra clarity, but this doesn't have any extra value. And then we want the user ID from however we get it, from like this. My dog woke up to greet my wife, which is heartwarming. And now we'll get the customer differently with our Drizzle stuff. Let's look at the me thing to remember how we did it. First, we'd select empty select if we don't want like a lot of stuff. If we want everything, but we will specify that maybe we do want the Stripe customer ID. And that's all we want really. And then it's the where clause, isn't it? Oops. No, and here, great. And no single in existence. We made that up. So we have the customer. If we don't have a Stripe customer ID, like it's a problem for us. Because in theory, they shouldn't be able to click the button and create a checkout session unless they already have a subscription plan. But if they have a subscription plan, they should have a Stripe customer ID in our database. So if they don't, it's an actual 500. It's like we messed up. 400 is user messed up. 500 is we messed up. let's add the this. All right. And then we bring in Stripe once again. Give them Stripe customer ID and tell them to create a page like that, and then they can return to the portal. If there is a problem, we error out. Then we redirect. Great. And I think I can just click this and we'll get to the customer portal. Let's see if it works first time. First time, baby. We can update our Johnnify Premium. And we can switch to like a monthly one. Oh, interesting. How come we cannot change to like a different one? How can we not change? The one that I get like this confusion with the Tenexify stuff, which is fair enough. Like if you are on Tenexify, I would want you to upgrade to Premium and then I will give you the Tenexify features for free. But why doesn't the yearly one show up? Like that's the thing that I would want. Hello Ayush, how are you doing? Hello in the chat. So the one thing that I would want is people that are on the yearly plan to upgrade to on the monthly plan to update to the yearly plan, but maybe not. No, I'm not sure. Maybe it's because they pay more money then. Anyway, we did manage to make it to the customer portal and they can do stuff if they want. And I guess they can click here to come back. All right, perfect. Just works. Do I want this to make it like a spinner type of situation? Do we want a spinner type situation? I'm doing great as well. A lot of progress today. Like we were on the precipice of getting this live. I think code-wise we're ready to put this live. It's just creating a few more environment variables, like putting them in Vercel and stuff, which I'll do offline because it's boring for people to look at in the stream. And maybe we'll do the GitHub integration, I guess we have the time. Thank you for asking. So what's my worry here? My worry is that we don't show like loading spinners for this, but do I care? Maybe not, it's fine. Like in the UI, you do get like a bit of a loading spinner somewhere. Like you'll get there, like the feature for later. But I think with just that, subscription management with the customer portal, we are successfully redirecting people who have converted. They can now change their plans, cancel the subscription, all of that. So should we actually cancel Sundays? And say something different. So manage subscription, cancel plan. No pressure, like it will be still available and we can renew our subscription. Then can get some feedback. Branded with the colors that I've set. All good, your plan will be cancelled. And now we should say, like here you have Johnnify Premium, thanks, but so I asked in the chat, says, as a beginner web dev learner, this code is scaring me. Don't worry too much. There is, for anyone, like I've been doing this for 20 years and even today, my capacity to learn is like limited per day. Like, it doesn't mean that because I've kind of learned and forgotten quite a lot of things, it doesn't mean that I learn faster. I always have a limit. If there is something new, if I need to learn about LLMs or whatever else, at some point in the day, my brain is fried and I cannot take it anymore. And that's fine. I can go for coffee, I can go for a walk, I can leave it for the next day or for after the weekend. But day by day, I promise you, you will be committing more stuff to memory, you will be getting better. And this is a very complicated project. This is a monorepo as well, where you can have multiple services doing many things like sending emails, SaaS subscriptions. It's probably the most complicated project you can do. Like, the real businesses pay me a lot of money to set something like that up. And they can go to production, they can raise money, they can have clients with something like this. It's super complicated. Some companies have like 50 people and 300 people working on something like this. So maybe I've started with something too complicated for beginners, but I have been doing these streams for a while. We have more starting content, and the next series that maybe will be starting the next Friday, so the Friday coming, next live stream, could be something that could be easier for beginners to jump into. Because instead of building a SaaS product, we'll be doing the first possible starter. I think we'll be doing like a portfolio page. So it will be use SvelteKit 2 and Svelte 5 and set up Tailwind. And that's it. That's going to be the stream. Maybe it's going to be 2 streams. We'll figure some stuff out. Mostly static content, maybe there's internationalization after that, but more beginner stuff. Then we'll do a series that's going to have to do with database connections and authentication, because for more complex apps, at some point, your clients or your bosses will want you to persist data on the server and store some data. So that would be the next level of complexity. And then we'll be building up once again to doing SaaS and subscriptions. And thank you for subscribing. That's awesome. Always appreciate the watch time, because as I said, like, there is limited capacity, there is limited time in the day. So for choosing to watch this stream and my content, that's the highest compliment. You could be watching, Netflix or anything, but you choose to spend your time with me, and that I appreciate a lot. Already a subscriber. Now that's all right. Like, just keep watching. That's all you need to do. So yeah, we will start from the beginning. How did I set up this with Tailwind? Some of the people that have gone through this before in previous live streams may have seen things already, but things always change. Yeah, Kirill, hello. How are you doing? I am finally launching Johnnify Premium. Everyone's doing it, so I'm getting in the action. And I think we're close. I think it's just some offline environment variables. But in this stream even, we will be adding some more stuff. So what were we doing now? We're saying that now that the user has canceled the Johnnify Premium, because maybe, they've learned enough, or maybe they're going through harder times, they don't want to pay anything, that's fine. They've managed their subscription, they've canceled. They can still go here and renew the plan and not unsubscribe. But we're not saying anything here. So we should probably tell them you won't be charged anymore, you don't have the plan. I guess if you have like a project manager, they would want you to say, that's your chance to get them back and remind them of the value, whatever. Like, no pressure, but we should say something. So we should say you're canceling your subscription at some point. But when would we do that? We can do an if. Congrats, big step by Kirill in the chat. Yes, of course, huge step. I think the trick is to always have like a few projects at a time. So while doing the SwiftUI Apple Vision Pro project, I was like, I should really go to the other project. It's like the procrastinator's life hack. Like if you focus on two projects when you're working a lot on one, then you'll want to go back to the other. So I've managed to put Johnnify in the rotation, the Johnnify Premium in the rotation, so it's actually going to get delivered. Took a while, but we're getting there. So if we have a cancel at, then we want to say something. To local date string. I don't think that's what we'll be doing, but hey. So here we should have a cancel at here, but it doesn't appear, which is interesting. Let's check our database. Refresh. Cancel at period end. That's correct. Cancel at is also correct. That timestamp doesn't look correct. So Kirill was just playing with ban. We're using ban. Elysia, I don't know what the Elysia is. HCMX, I have played around with, but not enough. I'm mostly doing the SvelteKit, as most people know, but I do want to try it more. Turso deployed on fly. So that's interesting because we'll be using Turso deployed nowhere. But I guess you mean that the HCMX stuff is on fly. So yeah, we're doing. Are you doing Turso with Drizzle as well? I think we're back on doing more hipster stuff, hipster stack stuff with this. But I'm not deploying on like fly IO. I'm still doing Vercel. What can you do? But definitely cool things to try out. I like this hover effect here. And Elysia, this one I should write down in my notes. Ergonomic framework for humans. Wow, end-to-end type safety. That was why I was big on GraphQL when that started becoming quite popular. Yeah, I think I've heard about this. I think there's quite a lot of newsletters coming out with like, oh, Express is over, which is great. But I was in Fastify, I guess, before. Swagger endpoints, really good, cool. So it's Express for ban. And I guess you have to deploy it on something like Fly, and because Vercel and other frameworks like that don't allow the ban to run as a runtime. Interesting. So yeah, that's definitely cool. That's one of the reasons this project, the Johnnify project, is a monorepo, because I can have an API in anything. It doesn't need to be deployed to Vercel or anything else. So I definitely have that one a look. And also, it has a Greek-based name. Elysia, I imagine, is from the Elysian fields from Greek mythology. And yet, it's still for humans, not Greek heroes, ancient Greek heroes. But maybe modern Greek heroes, like me. All right, enough stroking my own beard and tapping myself in the back. Thank you for this. So that's the interesting one. I guess they're getting a lot of the gains by using ban and Fastify, which is the one I've been using the most. Like, it's dwarfed by this performance. But Fastify is quite fast, still like 4 times faster than Express in this case. All right. I can go now, huge tangent here, and I will. How I used to find frameworks was by following the tech-empowered tests, many rounds, and they still keep going. So I would put in languages that I'm familiar with, plus languages that I'm willing to learn. So at some point I would like have Haskell in, and then after a while I would admit to myself that I can never do this. That's a bit too much. And then see which frameworks are faster. And then from those, I would look at the documentation and see if it's readable enough for me, give it a chance, and then maybe migrate or try to deploy something that framework, see if I like it, see how I like it. So that's how I used to learn about new frameworks. How do you learn about all of these cool things? It's a great question that I have now. Anyway, what were we doing? We were wondering what's the deal with these timestamps. The cancel at is not null, but it shouldn't be this. So I'm wondering. To me, it feels like a classic like seconds versus milliseconds thing. So was I doing like new date at some point? Map. Yeah, this one, like the Stripe saves this in epoch time, but I guess I thought we did as well. Ah, no, because we're converting to the date object. This one is JavaScript. This one takes milliseconds. Okay. So that's a bit confusing. And I'll explain my confusion again. So I have this integer specified as timestamp. Ah, but it's the select. I see. So it should be the insert. And if it was the insert, it should be inferring the insert, of course. But then this one still needs to be a date. So I was thinking that this, I can just pass in like the cancel at, for example, and then it's happy. But it's like you need to convert it to date first. You cannot pass in a number, which is what I thought would be possible because in the schema, after all, I am defining it as an integer. So that's like in the database, it should be a number, right? But it's not. So every time I do new date, I should actually be doing new date, the Stripe date, because it's in seconds times 1000, because in JavaScript, the date objects are in milliseconds. Should be in milliseconds. So yeah, the moment you see like 1970, which is like near the start of the epoch time, you probably forgot to multiply by 1000. Pro tip. So yeah, so what do I want the helper to be? So wherever we're doing new date, in quite a few places, we actually want to do seconds date. So that should be fine. Subscription will end, like, you know, then interesting. So how do we update this? Let's do the formatting first. Let's format this nicely. Let's have like a date format. What page is this? Will this assume where I'm at? We'll find out. So year. Don't want numeric. What do we usually do here? Date style. Sure. So in here, this is supposedly a string. There's some. Real method. All right. Press through there. How big is this? Oh, huge. Huge. Right, doesn't look great, but it's something. So let's manage our subscription. Let's renew the plan. Renew it. You don't need to put in credit card details. Let's go back. Great. We don't see this because they've converted again. Great. Let's look at the database and see if we've updated this correctly. So that looks better. They're not cancelled anymore. Great. Let's cancel again. Like, this is what you get when you cancel plans. You get like a lot of copies and blah blah blah. All right, so in 1 month, which is how much you've paid for, get this. So all of this works. Nice. Brilliant. Brilliant, even. So through subscription management, we did it. Keep an eye out for those timestamps. They may be in seconds, while JavaScript likes milliseconds. Sweet. Wow, almost 4 hours in. Let's see if we can get this going. So the idea is you can see the private code the moment you get the subscription. Like if it doesn't work, like you can reach out to me and then I can add you to the GitHub org manually. But why do it manually when you can engineer yourself into it, when you can automate things with code? We have the technology. So interestingly enough, there is an endpoint, and I have created an API token for this, which I need to refresh every year for some reason. So I need to remember to do that. There is a curl. We're not going to bring in Auth.js, I don't think. Maybe we will. Probably we won't. They did release something recently. Only 10 issues. Maybe we will get it. Who knows? Just a fetch request. We'll just do it. Anyway, the idea would be to invite someone to the organization. And annoyingly enough, some of the things need your GitHub username. So to check whether someone is already in the organization, you need the GitHub username. But to invite them in the organization, you need the invitee ID, which is a bit silly, if you ask me. And if you want to kick them out, if you want to cancel them, then you need their username. So not consistent there, GitHub. Not consistent at all. But that's fine. We can do it. I guess maybe we can do it like this way first. When they do subscription stuff, we can check if they're members or not. So maybe we can do like this first. And if they are, from my tests before, we just get like a 204 back. If they're not, we do get a JSON response, which is also a bit silly. But yeah, let's do that. So we need like a curl like this. Let's go back to our handlers. And in this case, if there's a subscription tab status is active, let's check if the user is already in the organization, and we need the username. So we can create like a server GitHub directory here, or just a file, github.js, and export is user in Johnnify org. And we get the username and maybe the fetch. So do we get the fetch? We want to fetch. Will that be correct? So here they claim, that's the curl. So headers accept, they want this, authorization, they want this, they want this. And that's it, no post parameters, no nothing. And it's a GET request, of course. All right, so the headers here. This looks correct. But they also suggest adding these things. Like, would someone show up in our house to beat us up if we don't specify these? Probably not. But some developer will be happy, I guess. I can hear my wife telling my wonderful pup that she's a bad girl. I wonder what she did. She's a sweetheart. Either one. So the autocomplete is incorrect, maybe older. So we need a bear here. That's the thing. That's the classic GitHub Copilot autocompletion or AI autocompletion that catches you out and you're like, this doesn't work. And you've never seen this typo here. It's hard to spot, is what I'm trying to say. And that's not what we want to return. So just return response status equals 404. I think that's what they claim. So, and what's this? So I have a GitHub access token. Let's set this up. So now in our handler here, let's run this method. If we have that person's username. But if we have the username, we can do some stuff. Should we name it something else? So hopefully this works. What else do I want? If they're not a member, you want to console log anything? Maybe. People won't be managing their subscriptions all the time. So we can say this person want to wait this. Thank you, TypeScript. So else we want to do the invitation. We shouldn't get here, but let's do this. Minus our subscription. Very new plan. Very new plan. Did we get any console logs? Oh, beautiful. And I can only imagine if I have like a random one. Like if in here I just search for like Johnny, my friend Joao. If I search for this guy and I cancel the plan, I should get to the to-do. Perfect. So that's definitely something to like unit test at the very least, by the way. So we've done that. Then we should do the auto invite. But unfortunately, this is the one that takes like an invitee ID. It's we're not storing. We could be storing it when you log in with GitHub, but why? It's just too much. I think we'll just get like the user information first and hope for the best. So what do I want? I want like that's user ID or username. And then search. Can I search? Oh, can get a user by username. They will have their ID there. It's gonna be breezy. It's gonna be easy breezy. It's gonna be easy breezy. So very similar to the other one. Same headers. And then what? And then just return the ID. And that's just gonna work. And if that works, then we want to get into the invitation, which is a post request. Like the other one is surely a GET request, right? Yeah. So a post request. I don't know if you've already been invited, if like this crashes, but not sure. Not sure really. Okay, focus Johnny just a bit more. So these things look the same, but we want to hit this URL. I guess orgs, name of the org organization. That's it. Invitations. And then, yes, first we want the GitHub user ID is this. Method is going to be post. The headers are gonna be this. The body it's going to be Correct. Default is direct member, I guess, so we can skip. I guess that's it. It'll be direct member. Reinstate. Just to the default. We can even put them in a team directly, which maybe I'll think about for the future. Not now. Good. So this should just work. Who knows? We'll have to check it somewhere else. What's the response? Just return the response. Why not? And what happens if they already have an invite? Who knows? But make sure to call this. I wait this to keep this going. And here, sometimes cancelled. Let's make let's see, invited. And here, if like just in case let's not hack ourselves with this. So let's double check if the subscription status is cancelled, which is gonna happen if I press this button. Then I'll have another sanity check. It's like, is it me? If it's me, then do nothing. Let's put it in the else. Like I have a return here and an else statement. Just in case, like it's not same purpose. Right, so I think it's on the same page. So this time it's a delete. Oh. And you get a 204 back. Sure. So back to the GitHub helpers. I guess it's gonna be like this. Remove from Johnnify org this organization, and it looks like it's like orgs, member of the name of the organization, members, username the same, but the difference is the method is delete. Just need to put it on the object, and that's it. and this returns whether it's been deleted or not. All right, and somehow, I think, like I'm not gonna test this out because I don't want to mess with my luck too much and remove me from the GitHub organization. That'll be quite something. But we will be calling it a stream. Like we did quite a lot of bonuses. I think the last one would be like getting to live, and for that we need to set up a cloud SQLite with Turso, which shouldn't take that long, but we've been in this stream for 4 hours and I need to get out of it. And it's gonna be boring, I imagine. And schemas versus migrations, we talked about this in the beginning of the stream 3 days ago. We did say that one of the things with Drizzle that make it not like super production friendly is how they handle migrations. You can do migration files, but it's kind of weird how they say, here's how you run the migrations programmatically, here's how you can sync your DB with like the SvelteKit CLI. I don't know, it's a bit squirrely, I would say. Like I'm happy using it in production, clearly, but I'm happier using Supabase for stuff like the schema design and the migrations. Maybe not the schema design. The schema design is a bit squirrely in Supabase because you can use the studio, the Supabase studio and the UI, which is amazing. But sometimes it doesn't produce good migrations for you. You need to go over them and change them. I don't know. But that's something I will know for Friday. Again, let me know in the comments, in the chat, in the Discord, anywhere what you'd like to see. It's highly likely we will be doing a more beginner-friendly series. Once again, we'll start building up again to a SaaS like this. We'll start by building, most probably, a portfolio website, which does mean SvelteKit 2, Svelte 5 with runes and stuff, finally. Setting up Tailwind, not Tailwind 4 just yet, I don't think. Like, can you imagine if it drops? That'd be amazing. But Tailwind with DaisyUI, which I have used for this as well. We're gonna go through more fundamental stuff. And the great thing with that, you follow along, you have a portfolio website, it's good. You can slide into people's DMs and say, hey, do you want like a marketing website or something? And you can use that for sure. But then you can start your new project and say, all right, I want something that has like some small CMS capabilities or something like or a chat thing, or upper to ChatGPT. Like everyone wants to make. You can build up from that starter. So maybe next that's what we'll be building up from. And then suddenly you have a full stack SvelteKit. You are familiar with a meta framework and you have like database and authentication sorted out. That's like the whole job. And then we can do maybe more like graphs and stuff. I don't know. It depends on what you ask for. And eventually we've done enough that we can do subscription products again and a new SaaS with the new learnings that we've had. Maybe we'll be using like some different things. I don't know. I don't know the future, but I do know the best way to predict the future is to make it. That's why I use the tools that I find more convenient, more pleasurable to use. And I try to teach them and to mystify them because I want more people to be using them because I think they're pleasant. And I know that they can be overwhelming. All right, clearly I'm rambling too much. So I will call it a stream. I hope you had an amazing day already. Thank you if you spent even a little bit of it with me, and especially if you've made it so far. And this is gonna be a real product. Like I will take a break and get this to production. So it's only gonna be real money. So check that out. I always say this whenever we do these things. If they make it live after a point, like it will be clear if it says test or not test. But don't put your real credit card details unless you actually want this, which I do think is valuable. It's going to be like a Patreon-like thing, so it will support me as well and give me like more incentive to keep working on this stuff. Right, no more rambling. More enjoying what's left of this day. It's been very pleasurable to do this today. Time flew by. Thanks to everyone, and especially people keeping me company in the chat. I'll see you around, and I'll see you Friday.